Максим, я думаю, можем начинать. 12:00.
Хорошо.
Можем стартовать. Все отлично.
All right, everybody here. Good afternoon, everyone. Today we're meeting at our annual Popular Science Conference, and I'm pleased to extend greetings to all the participants in this meeting. Let me introduce the experts of first section. Mark Mikhalisnikov, MS in Chemistry, Research Laboratory Assistant, Laboratory of Physical-Chemical Analysis Methods, TSU. Mark, say please something to everybody.
Hello, everybody.
The next expert, Alexander Zorin, MSc in Chemistry, PhD student, TSU. Alexander, please say something.
Hi, everyone. Glad to see you here.
Thank you. And Konstantin Tivishkin, interpreter, master degree student, Faculty of Foreign Languages, TSU. Please, Konstantin, say something to everyone.
Hello, everyone. I wish you good luck in today's conference.
Thank you very much. And before the start of our conference, I give a welcoming speech to Anna Perskurina, Associate Professor of Novosibirsk State Technical University. Anna, please.
Yeah, hello. Allow me, on behalf of the Chair of Foreign Languages of Novosibirsk State Technical University, to greet you and wish you a fruitful work. I wish you reveal your great potential and show the competence of your personality. I hope that your participation in the conference will be successful and productive. I believe that your reports at the conference will be accepted by the audience with interest. I wish you every success and good luck. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
That's it. Thank you very much.
The experts are presented, the speakers are, I guess, ready, and I think we should begin our conference with the section number 1, experimenting and popularizing. Many people envision chemistry as a colorful and beautiful science. It is with support that we'll begin this section. The first speakers are Sergey Aparin and Victoria Bondareva with the report called Fire.
I would like to welcome you, dear ladies and gentlemen. It was a little difficult, but a resting challenge, and we made it. In this video, you will see how to color the flame with obtainable things, how to obtain the spectrum, emission, and absorption of atom at home, and also you will find out how to run this method of chemical analysis, spectrometry, was born. Let's get started.
I'm sorry, is there supposed to be a sound? Because there is no sound. You have to share it. So before sharing the video, you have to push a special tick. Все же там галочка такая волшебная при демонстрации экрана. Можно свернуть, заново запустить и нажать, поделиться звуком. Вот поэтому я и пыталась от вас добиться, чтобы вы на репетицию пришли.
How often have you thought about why fire burns orange? Let's deal with it. In the experiment, we begin with research influence of ions on the color of the flame. As you know, ions of different atoms give different color. For example, when we add calcium acetate in the flame of burner, it becomes orange. If we take a look at the graph with the spectral lines, we can observe that it really has orange lines. Also, we notice other lines in the range. But where did they come from? With this question, we went online. After surfing the internet, we found this interesting graph. It clearly shows the distribution of emission spectrum.
We were interested in this and we thought about how to get the rest of the spectrum colors. And we have found a spectral tube. The spectral tube have a dilute gas, so the gas can glow when connected to high voltage. We assembled a high voltage power supply, then connected two pins to the ends of the tube and applying high voltage. In our case, the tube is filled with hydrogen. When connected to a power source, it glows dim purple. But again, we don't see all the lines of spectrum. To decompose the light from the tube into spectrum, we used a diffraction grating. We are able to get such an interesting spectrum. In the simplest photo editor, we cropped the photo, compared the theoretical and spectrum that we received. Now, based on the information received, let's make a fiery rainbow. We will use different salts to color the flame, and we will use ethanol as fuel. Lithium ions give red color. Calcium ions give orange color. Sodium ions give yellow color. Copper ions give green color. Pure ethanol burns bright blue. Potassium ions give purple color.
So, in this video, we found out which ions color the flame and how they do it. Now we know that spectroscopy is based on these properties of ions used to qualitative analysis in modern chemistry. This method of analysis more accurate, more modern, and more scientific. This method helps scientists explore the stars
while they are on the Earth. Now we know a little more about spectra, spectroscopy, and color flame. Thank you for your attention.
What an amazing introduction to our discussion today, for which many thanks to Victoria Sinkey. And please know that the speakers personally performed all the demonstrated experiments from the preparation of the reagents to the very execution. Now, please, questions.
No, thank you for your interesting report experiments. I took a screenshot where several substances are boring. It is very nice. And I have one question. What are the advantages of spectroscopy? What do you think about?
Sorry, can I ask repeat the questions, please?
Sorry, microphone.
I'm not very clever. I'm sorry. What are the advantages the spectroscopy you can say? We have a different meta-analysis about cation, anion, but the spectroscopies, what do you think about?
What are the good things, yeah, about spectroscopy as a method, if you can name any? Yeah, do you understand?
Spectroscopy is a more accurate method. Maybe
Okay, let us just
Okay, thank
agree
you.
on the fact that it's more
Thank you.
accurate, right?
Anyone else who wants to ask the speakers? Well, everybody is.
May I have add one question?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Vika and Seroj, will you please share the secret information on where you obtained the reagents? All of the reagents that were necessary to conduct the experiment.
these questions for Sergey.
Sergey, please turn on your mic. Yes, thank you.
Oh, I have this is reagent all time because I have my laboratory at home and I found for many years all reagents, all these reagents.
Okay, you are a collector, right? A collector of reagents. Okay, good, thanks.
Well, I guess that's all question because we must carry on. Victoria Singhi, thank you for your report. For many people, flame is associated with smoke. Some of them associate smoke with carbon dioxide, and green chemistry deals with emissions. But emissions are only a fraction of the issues addressed by green chemistry. And what else it does and what heights it has already reached, the following speakers will tell. Let me introduce the next speakers, Victoria Grochtova and Polina Krivolapenko. and the topic Green Health, Chemistry for Better Life.
Can you see this
Yes,
presentation?
I see it clearly.
Okay.
From day to day, chemistry is develops more and more, doesn't stay in place. Now chemistry is everywhere. No industry exists without it.
Every year, chemistry solves the problems that arise with the development of humanity. One of the main issues is preserving the environment, which is studied all branches of chemistry. Let us look at the discoveries and ideas of chemists.
One of the main problems is the high emission of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, which leads to the greenhouse effect. Chemists, scientists invented a couple of ways to reduce emissions by affecting the root cause. So it was proposed to create alternative fuels and use bacteria for recycling plastic.
Let us start with fuels. First of them is hydrogen fuel, which has zero carbon emission. Hydrogen is an expensive and difficult fuel to transport, but scientists found a solution.
The second type is ammonia, which is an attractive and safe alternative to traditional marine fuels.
The third type is green methanol, which is synthesized from hydrogen and carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide for this process is taken from the flue gas at production facilities. Such methanol can be used as a motor fuel and other industrial application. Hydrotops is developing a demonstration plant for the production of methanol from biogas and green electricity 2022.
Now, bacteria. They decrease their amount of carbon dioxide emissions at the plastic recycling stage. Therefore, bacteria do to useful at once. Now, scientists are working to develop their properties.
At this time, there is work on studying solvents of new generation, deep eutectic solvents. Deep eutectic solvents are a relatively new and poorly studied class of solvents of interest. These have advantages such as low toxicity, biodegradability, and low cost. Scientists see many ways of applying them in different areas because of their unique properties.
Last year, Australian scientists produced diamonds in the lab in a short time at high pressure, but at normal temperature.
Russian scientists developed material for one of iodine filters applied on nuclear power stations. They decreased reagent consumption and saved efficiency filters.
We have considered only a small part of what chemists have done for nature and people. We hope many discoveries await us in the future, which will present a better life to us and planet.
Thank you for your attention.
And now we know more about the confrontation which chemists over the entire planet are fighting to help the future of humanity. Now, please, questions.
I have a question. Um, I would like to ask you about the deep uretic solvences. Yeah, like, can you please can you please explain to me what does eutectic mean? Because I kind of don't know the meaning of this word, first of all. And the second, could you please give an example of this kind of solvent?
This is a mix of from two of or more components, which has less melting point than each other of them separate. For example, it is just terephthalic acid and mочевина. And sometimes this solution, new compounds mix with boric acid, and now it is studying on lab. This is it.
Thank you, I got it. So eutectic, it means like eutectic alloy, yeah, like the lower melting point in alloy. I didn't really get it from the first time. Thank you.
May I question? This composite is a substance used for after decomposition.
Can you repeat, please?
What are the composite substance after for decomposition?
I can't hear to second word of your sentence.
Perhaps you could type it, write it in the chat, Christina.
Yeah,
No.
you could write it down in chat and the speakers will read it. So we can wait to write it down. Anyone else want to ask the speakers?
May I ask a
Yes, of
question?
course.
Pauline and Victoria, are those methods that you mentioned, are they, are people using them actually, or they're just scientists theorizing about them?
Do you mean about where this
Like, do people actually use these methods that you listed in your presentation?
yes, just abroad, scientists have yet have ideas and just возможность. Подскажите, пожалуйста.
Opportunities, yeah?
Opportunities for create this process on applying hydrogen and ammonium fuels to include in industrial Да, в течение
Process, yeah?
3
Process.
Yes,
Mhm.
process.
Okay, thank you.
I have one question about biology. How do you think will bacteria help us recycle plastic, or it is one of the hypotheses? Thank you.
Um, Bacteria, it is interesting uh, animal uh, which is on сейчас я выражусь чуть-чуть по-другому. In theory, it is impossible, but if we will include in industrial process, here many question is appear, and um, we need a very нет, honestly не подходит. Ответственно подойти к расчетам.
Carefully, yeah? Very carefully.
That very carefully to do this, to do calculate all what have a bond with this process and all other.
Okay, thank you. But I'm boring. Bacteria are not animals. It is a separate kingdom of
Yeah,
the living. Thank you.
And I guess the last question, I will read it. What the decomposed substances used for after the decomposition reaction?
Так.
If you can't understand me clearly, you can read it in chat by yourself and answer.
Да. You mean this for slide? This? Ой, no, this?
Yes.
Okay. Ammonia is decomposed back on nitride and hydrogen, and after we can use hydrogen for fuels. Nitrogen we can repeat on first stage on conversion of hydrogen into ammonia.
Yeah, I guess who asked it was here your answer, and we can carry on. Victoria and Paulina, thank you for your report. Hope you will also contribute the cause for the common good. Well, being a chairman is a little bit hard, so I think it's time to freshen up. Oh, here's my collar. Oh, wait. I never thought that so much chemistry was added here. One name is worse than the other. It seems I'm beginning to understand people with hemophobia. Or is it still not so scary? Following speakers will help us figure it out. And I give the floor to Ekaterina Pahomova and Maria Mazhikot with the report Chemophobia in Food Industry.
Hello, everyone again. We can talk about chemophobia in food industry.
Currently, the fast and growing completely natural trend include food. Besides that, the term chemistry has been an insult in the food industry for a long time. People are afraid of chemical food because of prejudice, but most of it is just a myth.
Absolutely everyone knows that Coca-Cola can remove the scale and rust, but why human body does not get hurt by this drink? Why are some people maniacally buying carcinogenic products while others fear it like the plague? What dependence can be found between addiction and fear to chemical food?
Based on the survey, it is worth highlighting the following problem as relevant. People don't care about the presence of chemistry in food, so just there are a lot of fallacies, and we would like to dispel some of them. We want to discuss misconception about the composition of chemistry in food, about the usefulness of natural products, about the dangers of Coca-Cola, food additives, and preservation.
The most important misconception is that there can be food without chemicals. There cannot. There is 100% chemistry in food.
Another question is if these chemicals in food are taken from nature or synthesized by humans. That is to say, we got a second fallacy, which is that every man-made product is harmful. In other words, everything nature is healthy and artificial is bad. In fact, the only difference that is nature occurs with nature. That is all. Nature does not equal healthy.
For example, wildfires, tsunamis, earthquakes, and smallpox are natural phenomena, while steam engine, food preservation, and medicine are artificial phenomena. What is harmful and what is not?
In addiction, as an illustration about chemistry in food, we can take almonds, apples, and cherries. They produce hydrocyanic acid for protection. Hydrocyanic acid is chemically active and toxic substance in the plants that is converted into glycoside amygdaline. The glycoside decomposes into aldehyde and hydrocyanic acid, as you can see in this slide. Hydrocyanic acid instantly causes hypoxia oxygen content and death of living cells. The central nervous system, the brain, the muscle of the heart, kidneys, and liver also suffer from the poison.
A major misconception is that Coca-Cola is very toxic for our organism. However, actually, it's not harmful as well as other carbonated drinks if you do not have problems with gastrointestinal tract and know your limits. These drinks increase the acidity inside the stomach and to harm digestion.
The next fallacy relates to artificial food additives. Many people think that they are a recent invention. Actually, the world's first artificial flavor was invented by a man who began to fry meat because the smell of fried meat does not exist in nature. Does everyone understand that we began to fry meat a long time ago?
Speaking about food additives, the most often mentioned thing is the presence of monosodium glutamate in broth cubes and in sausages. Here we can see here we can see structural formula of monosodium glutamate, but it is the substance that determines the taste of meat, factually the taste of protein.
It was discovered by Japanese professor Ikeda, and he in 1909 patented its synthesis, as you can see in this slide. It is that substance that gives the taste of sausages, ham, and any other meat product. But glutamate is not a new discovery, and long before that it was the most widespread molecule in our food.
Glutamate gives flavor to tomatoes and its concentration grows exponentially as fruit ripens. Red tomatoes taste better than green tomatoes partly because they contain more glutamate. Man has only learned to obtain monosodium glutamate by bacteriological synthesis, and this artificial glutamate, according to the atomic and molecular theory, is not different from the natural one. It should be added that glutamate contains glutamic acid. It is an important component of protein and a large number of products.
Misconception about soy stands in the same place with glutamate. Uh, However, soy meat contains up to 70% of the proteins and fats are almost absent. The product is not only able to replace meat, but also helps to keep fit.
And we want to accomplish on equally important fallacy. Probably everyone has heard that there is nothing useful in preservation. However, vegetables and fruit for preservation are collected at the peak of maturity when they have the highest concentration of vitamins and trace elements. After processing and sterilization, most minerals and fat-soluble vitamins, for example, A, D, E, and K, are preserved. Here we can see structural formulas of vitamins in the slide.
The topic of chemophobia in food is very important and relevant because the role of chemistry in the modern world is undeniable, and even more it is undeniable in food industry. It has taken an important place in the system of human knowledge accumulated over thousands of years. The development of the chemical industry takes human life to a completely new standards of quality.
We found out that first, food contains 100% of chemistry. Secondly, natural does not equal healthy. Thirdly, Coca-Cola is not harmful. Last but one point, food additives are not recent invention. And last point in our queue, the preservations contain most minerals and fat-soluble vitamins. You might think that chemistry is still harmful in food, since many of us have heard many diseases that are caused by unhealthy food. But we will answer you that it is not the food itself that affects the disease, but the quantity. We must always know when to stop in any food.
Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your attention too.
Everything sounds quite understandable. Anyway, if anyone has any question, please ask.
Thank you about this interesting report. And I have one question. How do you think how to make people live chemistry?
Repeat, please.
No, how to make people live chemistry? No, maybe more interesting.
I think that small amount people love in life. Can you repeat me, please?
No, how to make people love chemistry? Ну, полюбить химию.
In food?
Love, yeah.
Love. Oh, I'm sorry, I say life? Oh, sorry. Yes, of course, love.
In love? In food.
Chemistry. You say about homophobia and how people must love chemistry. What we can do?
I think everyone who is present in this conference, I think.
Still, we could think about it. Yeah, it's a good question to think about. Yeah, it's not maybe related, yeah, directly related to the topic, but we could think. Yeah.
So, guys, can I ask the question? So, my question is closely related to Mark's one, probably, and so partially you will be able to answer his question as well. So, what is the source? What is the origin of these misbeliefs? What do you think? Probably somebody benefits from all these misconceptions. So what is the origin of misbeliefs?
Where do they come from? Yeah, why do these misbeliefs, why do these misconceptions
appear? Yeah. Thank you.
Can repeat, please.
Okay, I will try to maybe to paraphrase or to speak slower. What do all these misbeliefs, these wrong ideas come from?
Откуда пришли идеи?
Yeah, so maybe somebody is interested in spreading these wrong ideas.
Yeah, like why do people are afraid of chemistry, basically?
I think this topic is interesting for everyone because all of people is sitting and we can think about what we eat and what's the quality of food. As for me, is my opinion.
Okay, let it be. Thank you.
Can I ask one question? First and all, thanks for the interesting presentation. One question: what will eat fast food and sweets all the time or every day?
Every day or often. I think it is important. Denise?
All the time.
Okay.
As we already said, we need to know when to stop in any food, in fast food and sweets too. A large amount of these products leads to obesity, skin rashes, dental problems, for example, caries, problems of digestion, and also a lot of sugar in blood also negatively in our organism.
Okay, if Katya spoke about sweets, I will speak about junk food. I have been addicted to junk food for a long time, I think. As with any person, my mood changed constantly due to fast carbohydrates, my skin problems, skin rashes, and problems with sleep and concentrations problems. Also, when I was looking for information on our report in the okay, yeah. If you eating fast food often, you mentioned about digestion suffers, but this does not apply to me. Sometimes it seems to me that stomach is able to digest all toxic elements in periodic table. So I think.
Oh, that is, it will be bad anyway. It's said. Thanks for that answer.
Is anyone else want to ask?
I have the questions too. My question is simple. Were you afraid to eat something just because of composition of product or something else? Something else reasons?
Composition of products?
Were you afraid to eat something?
I think you know limits. You know your limit in every food, and it's not independent what is food, healthy or unhealthy.
I agree
Yes.
with Masha. Um, I don't afraid something food um, because I know the limits and I can eat any food.
Do not eat too much. Yeah, that's the answer.
Thank you.
Well, I guess if anyone else want to ask our speakers, so you can write it down in chat because we have to carry on. And as for me, with this question, I think that the chemophobic were born when the people who misunderstand the chemistry fears of people who understand the chemistry. So I think that's how it works. And I can proudly cross my name out of the list of chemophobics because I think I understand chemistry. Maria and Ekaterina, thank you for your report. And about interesting fact. Some interesting fact you can uh, read from some books. However, have you ever wondered what makes the smell of new books so enchanting? What do we know about books anyway? The books smell the same in the all hands. The following speakers will tell us answer to this question about the chemistry of books. Let me introduce the next speaker, Olga Sevieva and Maria Kurmanova, with the report The Chemical Basis of Square Paper World.
Book presentation.
It works. Yeah, it works.
So how say it again? Our topic is the chemical basis of the square world. Do you consider yourself a reading person? Samuel Marjak once said, "Wherever you do, you will always need a smart and loyal assistant, a book." Books are very important in our life. We read them from early age to old age. However, book printing becomes irrelevant with the development of digital technologies. Books multiplied knowledge, and those have helped to engender radio, television, film, and other media. But even so, books will always be significant for our history and future. So we enjoyed reading and chemistry, and we wanted to combine the two in order to figure out the chemical composition of books.
To understand what is inside the book, we must list its component parts: ink, paper, cover, and fastening, such as book glue.
First, let us talk about ink. All ink consists of four elements. It's a coloring substances. The main ingredient is carbon. Binder, it's resins or modified mineral oils, and solvents. These are substances that are designed to dissolve the binder and mix with the other component of the paints. Commonly used solvents is dichlorpropane or DSP. Due to its chemical properties, DSP works great, such as solvent in printing inks. It is a colorless liquid without mechanical impurities with a characteristic odor. DSP can successfully replace organic solvents such as toluene, acetone, and other xylene derivatives. At the same time, it has a stable price. And last one, its excipients affect the usable properties of the paint. Yes, it not exist that potents in ink.
Secondly, we should know what book paper consists of. The main material of paper is cellulose, which formula is C6H10O5 enzymes. It is produced by photosynthesis in plants and extracted by storing wood or hops with some regions. After that, paper undergoes many physical processes to become suitable for book production. So, after all of these processes, paper includes not only cellulose, but organic compounds from wood, such as lignin, hydrogen peroxide, and Chinese clay.
So, what about the basis of book, the cover?
Most often, the covering consists of thick cardboard. The main components are white cellulose or brown cellulose. There are also additional chemical inclusions, which excessive wood scrapules, or they say in production waste, and secondary rough materials, waste paper.
Additionally, book glue is one of the most significant components of books, as it binds all the above together. In former times, glue was made from flour, starch, and words, quite simple components, and the expiration date was only 3 days. But at present, glue consists of many chemical compounds, including diverse polymers such as polyvinyl acetate dispersion, organic compounds, etc.
Talk about the secondary parts of book. Often bookworms attracted are their smell. All books smell. The characteristic aroma of both new and old books comes from a hundred of volatile organic compounds. The smell of new books influenced by ethylene vinyl acetate copolymer, used sprinkling hydrogen peroxide, used for bleaching paper, and alkyl ketone dimer, protect paper from water. Another thing is the smell of old books. This topic is quite extensive. Their smell is the result of decomposition of a chemical chemical compounds inside the paper contains lignin. In wood, the lignin over time decomposes into acids that destroy cellulose, which leads to yellowing of the paper. Such reactions are called acid hydrolysis, and they lead to the rise of a wide range of volatile organic compounds, which create the smell of old books. As an example of these organic compounds and the smell they imitate. And book 10.3. Researchers from University College London have proposed to consider the smell of old book as part of cultural heritage and conducted a series of studies to identify and preserve them, which led to the creation of the books themselves.
Among other things, bookworms developed a book-scented eau de toilette. There are several perfumes with the smell of books. As an example, Passion on Paper by Karl Lagerfeld. And lastly, some interesting facts. Chemistry is strongly involved in our interaction with books, and chemical reactions make our brain feel happiness while reading. Hormones may be released while reading. In case of happiness, they are white-note dopamine, whose formula is C8H11NO2, and purpose is motivation, and endorphin, which formula is C77H120 and 18026S, and purpose is making us feel euphoria.
Your favorite actor or musician also sometimes holds a book in his or her hands, and its composition is exactly the same.
Some former books were written in green pigment that contains arsenic-3 oxide, arsenic-3 sulfide, and copper-2 arsenic arsenate acetate. So these books are poisonous. When it was discovered, many lovers eliminated copies, so only 4 dangerous books in the world are left. Now visitors can read them with special equipment in the Syddansk University in Denmark.
And last one, you look amazing today.
So, let us say a few words in the end of our speech. We hope you were interested to know about all the chemistry inside the book. We have learned that polymers, oils, complex organic compounds are at the heart of square paper world. And we hope that next time you hold a book in your hand, you will remember this forever.
Thank you, Burden.
The last fact was very interesting, wasn't it? And it will be even more interesting to listen to your questions.
Actually, I have one question. Can you please mention the difference between brown and white cellulose in cardboard?
Cellulose, first brown, and after cooking the cellulose, after cooking wood, cellulose turns brown and needs to be bleached. Brown cellulose turns white by removing lignin and other wood components. Pure cellulose are colorless. After bleaching, cellulose has a beautiful white tint.
Thank you very much for your answer.
May I, how do you think the chemical composition of books and magazines is different?
Chemistry composition of magazines and books different. And it can be different. Maybe in the magazines use brown cellulose, for example, with more lignin than in books. Maybe in newspaper, it's brown paper in newspaper. It's brown cellulose, lignin more in newspaper.
Yeah.
Okay, is anyone else want to ask? Well, if everybody is quiet, thank you, Olga and Maria, for your report. Reading book has become a little more interesting. Do not judge a book by its cover, because its inner word is important, and the inner word of a book can always take us to the colorful world of our fantasy. Some people transfer their thoughts and ideas on canvas or any other surface, paying tribute to art. It would seem what does science have to do with it? And our next speaker will talk about the close connection between chemistry and art. I give the floor to Catherine Smirnova with her report, Chemistry Creates the Art.
Thank you, Maxim. Now I hope you see my presentation and you can hear me very well clear.
Yes, we do.
Okay, that's cool. So, good afternoon, everyone. Today I would really like to tell you about how chemistry creates the art. As we all know, art is an important part of human culture. It is a method to express feelings, opinions, and transfer them through the centuries. But have you ever thought about how science and art are connected? Firstly, you may say that they're opposites and have nothing in common. But for example, all materials for creating art are made by the chemical industry. For example, to create the landscape, we should use such materials like pens, pencils, paints, and others. And to save our masterpiece, we should use special substance, which name is canvas coating. So here is the chemistry again. And therefore we can state that chemistry creates the art to some extent. I would like to tell you about practical side of creating the art, namely about the materials that are applied for making paints. At the beginning, we should define what paints are. Paints are pigmented liquids or solids that convert to a colored solid film after application to a substrate. Paints can be made in many various colors and in many different types, such as watercolor and oil paints. Firstly, I would like to tell you about the basic component of all paints, pigments. Pigments are substances that carry colors in consequence of features of molecular structures. There are different categories of paints, like synthetic organic and inorganic, and natural organic and inorganic. Nowadays, most paint manufacturers use synthetic pigments because of their availability and ecological issues. Color that pigment carries depends on its composition. For example, red pigments are composed of iron 3 oxide and acid compounds. Green pigments are composed of chromium 3 oxide. Blue pigments, composed of a mixture of iron 3 hexacyanopyrate 2 and iron 2 hexacyanopyrate 3, which traditional name is Prussian blue. White pigments are composed of titanium dioxide or zinc oxide, and black pigments are composed of carbon and soot. So presence of pigments unifies all types of paints. Because as we could see, pigments of one color have the same composition. But the other part of paints is the main separation criterion for different types. It is the vehicle of paints. Vehicle is a suspension that binds pigment and allows it to adhere to a surface when dry. Depending on the composition of vehicle, paints have different structures, own application techniques, and various saturation degrees. I can see this composition of two totally opposite types of paints, watercolor and oil paint. So I would like to start with watercolor. Watercolor is a paint that is made of pigments that are dispersed in a water-based solution. It is needed to use much water to work with that type of paint. Vehicle of watercolor is composed of complex water-soluble carbohydrates, of vegetable adhesive, of dextrin, and of gamma-arabic with glycerin, glucose, or honey. To start the work, watercolor is diluted with water and easily removed if it is needed. Watercolor forms transparent suspension of pigment by dilution, and that helps to create the effects of airiness and subtle color transitions. You can see that on that example of picture of great artist Turner, Modern Rome Campovacino. Of course, watercolor has its own benefits and limits too. That type of paint allows you to create airy, neat paintings with various saturation degree due to different dilution of paint. Nevertheless, there is one significant limit of watercolor. It has a low light resistance, and that is why watercolor pictures are stored in the dark rooms behind special curtains. Moreover, with the long-term storage, watercolors shatter and the surface of pictures turns yellow, and fungi microorganisms may reproduce on the surface of piece of art. So, in contrast to watercolor, there is another type of paint, oil paint. It is more resistant and saturated. Oil paint is a paint that is made of pigment suspended in the oil vehicle. Vehicle of oil paint could be composed of various vegetable oils like flaxseed oil, poppy seed oil, and of walnut oil. Flaxseed oil is more preferred to other types of oil, but they could use poppy seed oil to particular colors because of its odorlessness and transparency. The oil of oil paints vehicle oxidizes, sets solid, and forms water-resistant coat, affected by light and air. Interesting that the process may continue for about 2 years, and that causes the increase of the weight of the picture. But soon after, the weight of the picture decreased to the original. On average, the paintings dries in from 4 to 12 days. Now about benefits and limits. Oil paint is light resistant, as we said, has a high color saturation degree, and does not need to be applied many times because it is dense enough. However, pictures painted with oil paints are brittle and turn yellow if they're stored in dark rooms. In addition, oil paints are hard to dilute because of specifics of oil structures. If you want to dilute oil paint, you should use special turpentine for paints or other materials that are hazardous and toxic enough for human organisms. Finally, I would like to sum up the main states of my paper. Firstly, pigment is the basic component of all paints. Presence of pigment unifies all types of paints because pigments of one color have the same composition. Secondly, pigments are differently dispersed in a vehicle, and that consequently affects many qualities of pictures, such as saturation degree, airiness, resistance, and other. And next, I would like to note the highlights about watercolor and oil paints. A vehicle of watercolor is composed of complex carbohydrates that are soluble in water, and that allows you to create the airy paintings with different saturation degrees due to particular paint dilution. Nevertheless, watercolor paintings are not light resistant and fragile enough, as we said. And in contrast to watercolor, vehicle of oil paint would be composed of various vegetable oils, and consequently, the type of paint is sufficiently light resistant, has a high color saturation degree, and does not need to be applied many times. However, pictures painted with oil paints are brittle and turn yellow if they're stored in dark rooms. In addition, oil paints are hard to dilute because of specifics of oil structures. So finally, we could see that art and science are more connected than it could be seen at first. The synthesis of these two opposite sides of human life creates many wonderful things. Without practical application of chemistry, the world would have never known many great artists like Rembrandt, which picture you can see on the slide, Ayvazovsky, as we know, as marine artist, but I chose that one because it's an amazing picture, I think. And other artists like Vasnetsov, Van Gogh, Degas, Monet, Manet, and many other artists. So thank you for your attention. I hope you liked my presentation and feel free to ask me questions.
Beauty is in eye of the beholder and interest in the words of the audience. Please, your question to Catherine.
Oh, okay, Katya, I thank you for your presentation. It is really nice. I really liked it. And the question I would like to ask you is about the oil paints. So basically, I am interested in why do all paints get darker, like in dark? Yeah, am I right?
I said that oil paints may turn yellow and
Oh yeah, turn yellow in the dark. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So why do they do that?
It depends on oils or on vehicle structures, as I said. I cannot really ask this at the chemical side of life because my presentation is more maybe pop science. But I think that depends only on oil structures because as we could see, watercolors may be stored only in ducts because water may I'm sorry, I don't really remember, may vape on the light, and oils have the different structures. So it's only specifics of oils, and I cannot really ask you this. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Answered it.
Okay, it's just really interesting because usually the sunlight affects color properties of something. So that's why I got interested.
Yeah, there are a lot of specifics of oil paints. So maybe anybody have other questions? Maybe about me?
Yes,
because when I present, projects like this, people always ask me about my my artist life, something like that. Maybe you're interested in that. I don't know.
Of course, you can tell us about it.
No. I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Oh, thank you for your question. It's a big pleasure for me. Yes, I wanted to say that I chose that theme because it's really closely connected to my other project that I presented at the last year. It was about, maybe you remember, tattoo inks and their compositions. I draw since I was 4, and that really interesting thing, I think. And I really want to popularize the scientific side of artists' lives and of art in general. So I think that you're really interested in that project.
Well, is anyone quiet? So, Catherine, thank you for your report and for finding the amazing connection between science and art. And it's time for just a little break. It was easy to ask questions to the presenter. Now let's see how carefully you listened, dear audience. Here's some rules to understand game like a pro. 5 questions will appear in front of you in turn. You already know the answers to this question. All that remains is to find them in your memory. The first 2 people who answer correctly will receive a small surprise at the end, which I will tell the winners about after the conference. Each question, is given 30 seconds, and after each question, I show the answer to it. Those answers that will be written after showing the correct answer will not be counted. So, I guess here we go. And yeah, I guess this. So, well, the first question, which formula is this, and what is purpose? You have 30 seconds, so write it down. I can see chat, so I have a counter that will write down your
It's
name.
the famine.
Please do not say it in voice chat. Write it down, please.
You want
No
to voice chat?
cheating. And what is purpose? Yes, it is dopamine. Its purpose is motivation. So, who is last? There, that last. What alternative fuels do scientists want to use to reduce emissions? 30 seconds. I see 7 answers, but I don't know is they appeared after the red or before. Yes, try to strain your mind, strain your memory. You know it, I guess. It's hydrogen, ammonia, and methanol fuels. What salt is used to color the flame blue? Again, 30 seconds. That is quite easy. Please do not answer in voice chat, please. People will think that you are correct, but you are not correct. It's a little help for you. It's not copper, copper is green. No one. It was pure ethanol burning. What oil is preferred in producing of paints? You're right, the question. Sorry. 30 seconds. I think it's more than 30 seconds I give. The people who knows the answer, you have a little cheat in your life, so use it. "14 answers. It's flaxseed oil. And what toxic substance do apples and cherries produce? 30 seconds again. It's hydrocyanic acid. Great. You have been digging in your memory for 2.5 minutes. Mental fatigue has been reduced. It was the little break. I think you feel refreshed a little bit now. And there is another interactive ahead of you, and I don't even know what will be on it yet. Keep a concentration attitude in the future, and we continue. Mindfulness is an important attribute not only at the conference, but also in solving crimes. When a crime is solved, it is necessary to punish the offender, and even in this case, it was not without chemistry. And how exactly chemistry pronounced its verdict, we will learn from our next report. Let me introduce the next speakers, Varvara Bill and Sofia Titova, with the subject Killing a Killer, Chemical Judgment.
Hello everyone, my name is Sonia.
And my name is Varia.
The world is beautiful, but bad affairs exist. This world, murder, robberies, blood parties. Disappointingly many people want to paint all God's gift black and hate them. Pigment is the cost of other people's lives. Nobody can give a price to human soul. Sometimes crimes are very brute, and even thoughts about this crime overstep the mark.
Society will demand justice for this ugly monster who reduced the price of life. They're not human anymore. In ancient times, hanging, shooting, electric chair were brute but right judgment. However, people dispute on this topic of humanness. Dealing with a problem may be painless death by injection with venom. Their chemical reaction focused on stopping chemical and physical processes, and this is in one little dose.
At present, lethal injection is legalized in a small list of countries. However, is not used because this crime has to be very brutal and bloody. Or, for example, a treason. Or lethal injection is not used because limited resources exist in the country.
This execution is humane enough, but the secret limits that not everyone can accept. It scales with the tense atmosphere and waiting for death, which are in the air always, not with brutality and bloodness. But Themis is blind and does not feel any fear.
The convict shows in a white room. It smells of medical drugs and gloves. Medical bed is in the center, and many people have lost lives on it. Convict watches his family crying. He does not look at the face with hate and dislike. In a short time he will see the light of the lamp above him. He will not move. Convict says the last words. Voice of the convict is calm, but everyone knows it is an illusion. He will meet his end.
Smells of alcohol, cold touch of the medical needle on the skin. Eyes are fading in 30 seconds. Sodium thiopental stopped his mind. The next deadly drug is pancuronium bromide. It breaks the connection between muscle and nervous system. This is paralysis of the body. It will not be long. Potassium chloride is introduced. Heart of a convict stops forever. In 8 minutes after the convict comes into the room, the doctor confirms death.
Well, you may think that the atmosphere is creepy. Where is humanity? However, we should remember why this person is lying on this medicine bed. He could take many more human lives, but he met death in a dream without pain.
Let us study our process a little closer. Sodium thiopental. when injected intravenously, works like a sleeping pill, anesthetic. It stops the respiratory process, expands blood vessels, and depressions the heart. Because of this, the body is in a state of artificial sleep.
The next substance is pancuronium bromide. This substance is very interesting because it has a complex mechanism of action. To stop connection of muscle with the nervous system, struggles with the main mediator of the neuromuscular synapse for an acetylcholine receptor that works to contraction striated muscle of body and diaphragm. Breath stops.
And finally, the boss is potassium chloride. It is the substance that produces hyperkalemia. Sodium-potassium pump is broken. Electrolytic disruption happens. The heart stops.
Now you know about this type of judgment. You have your own point of view. Let an injection be human, but everybody decides for himself. In society, people dispute about this, so this is why we conducted a survey. We can say that many people think this type of judgment takes place. Unlike most people, we call neutrality in this area. We cannot say for sure we in favor or against.
But we gave you a chance to look at in all the situation in all colors. That is why it is up you, the next point of view of most people. Thank you for attention.
After this presentation feels a lot of tension in the air, doesn't it? It's time to ask our speaker questions.
I have a question. Do problems to happens when carrying out this process?
Yes, of course.
Yes, doctors cannot find a way, or
dose is small for the human body.
It was a guillotine. You must have known it.
I think it's injection, yeah, not a vaccine. The vaccine is totally another issue.
in which countries, yes?
США.
USA.
USA. Oh, sorry, but sorry.
USA and countries of Africa, not each, but we said that lethal injection is not used, or rare used.
Rarely, yeah? Редко, rarely used. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wants to ask?
Yeah, I'm wondering what is the lethal dose for the potassium chloride?
Can you repeat, please?
Do you know the lethal dose of potassium chloride for the human body? Ну да, летальная.
О, меня слышно было, как странно. Извините.
We cannot for sure, but it is it is more. It is very concentrate solution.
Okay.
You do not know the accurate value, right? You do not know the accurate number.
Well, thank you for your question. If you have another question, you can write it down in chat. Varvara and Sophia, thank you for your report. Another case is solved, now a killer killed. Laws are observed not only in the human world, but also in the world of chemistry. And speaking about the law of chemistry, almost everyone remembers the periodic law of Mendeleev. How much do we know about it? As it turned out, even such a simple things has its so interesting moments. I give the floor to Kristina Isakova and Marina Zagumenova and their report, Periodic Table, Interesting Facts.
Hello, I'm Christina. I'm Marina. We want to present our project. Dmitry Ivanovich Mendeleev was Russian scientist. The most famous innovation of Mendeleev is periodic table of elements. He published it in 1869, so science research the key of a sciences of matter. The elements in Mendeleev periodic table follow one another in order of the atomic weight. They arrange in periods and groups. At the time they discovered there were 63 elements, but Mendeleev predicted to discover new elements. Today in the periodic there are more than 100 elements, and scientists continue to discover new elements. We tell about interesting facts about Mendeleev's periodic table. For example, did you know what the game of solitaire is related to discovering the periodic table? Many elements are named the places where they discovered in honor of scientists. But is it true? I know the story that Dmitry Ivanovich Mendeleev saved a periodical table when he slept. But really, scientists spent about 20 years on the development. For arranged elements, Mendeleev wrote all 63 discovered elements on card. He located them in depending properties and columns in order to increase atomic weight. Play in chemical solitaire, Mendeleev could find between properties elements and their atomic weight. The 17th of February, in article with periodical table passed to the press. As the 21st of February, 1869, president of Russian chemical community, Nikolai Alexandrovich Menshutkin, reported about discovered the Mendeleev, the periodic the Mendeleev periodical of elements. In the Mendeleev's periodic table, only 15 elements or 118 have a surname of scientist. Only one element is found by nature. Others discovered a lab nuclear reaction products. Scientists that discover new elements can give them a name. We send their version in IUPAC, and IUPAC corrects and improves of this name. 3 Russian scientists have cells in the table. The first Russian that got cells in table was Mendeleev himself. In 1955, American scientists led by Glyn Theodore Seaborg synthesized new element number 101, was named Mendeleevium. In order of the scientist Georgy Nikolaevich Flerov was named 114 elements that was synthesized in 1998. Named Flerov approved of the 30 May 2012. Flerov synthesized 3 elements and studied the physical and chemical properties. Yuri Tsiolkovich Aganesian was student of Flerov. He took part in synthesized 3 elements. In 2000, research group by Aganesian discovered with 113 from 108 elements. The 28 November 2006 EPUF approved of named Aganesian for 118 elements. Chemical properties new element comply with properties of a net gas, so named has suffix on. Yuri Aganesian is the second person that in live God cells in table in the honor of himself. It is against rules of EUPAC to name new element in honor of living people. The first person that hit in Mendeleev's periodical table was Glyn Theodore Seaborg, American scientist who work for made new science, nucleochemistry. Seaborg dreams obtain elements that are in table after the uranium, and he did it. In 1940, his team, the first time in history, synthesized new elements that not in nature. It was plutonium. In 1977, in honor of himself, was named 106 elements Seaborgium.
In the periodic table, where many chemical elements were named by geographical names. California is named after the state of California in the United States, discovered in 1850 in Berkeley, located in California. The Latin name, the element magnesium, comes from the name of the old city Magnesia in Asia Minor. Berkelium is named after the city of Berkeley, where radioactive elements were obtained in 1849. However, indium is nothing to do with India. Indium is discovered by German chemist Friedrich Heinrich and Theodor Richter in 1863 during the stratigraphic research in zinc blende. Indium is named after the brightest emission line in the spectrum of indium in indigo color.
Periodic table is a base of chemistry that keeps many secrets in itself. Our speech, we talk about some interesting facts and open chemistry world with from the unusual vision point, but is a small part that hit the Mendeleev's periodical table of elements.
The more interesting you learn, the more questions remain. And I think you have them too. So please ask them. And I have to say, we have to a little bit hurry up. So one question in voice chat and another question in text chat, please.
Um, where was the periodic table first published?
The first published periodic table in Mendeleev's books, but the official first publication in Scientist magazine for Russian chemical community.
All my life I thought that was Indium was named because it's found in India. Thank you, Christina and Marina, for your report. Now we'll know a little more about what seems to be a well-studied thing. If you have a question to Christina and Marina, please write it down in chat. The topics of many reports today are not only interesting, but also topical. On the next topic, many people try to think less often, talk less, but it does not mean that it loses their importance and relevance in our work. Let me introduce the next speaker, Nadezhda Papunina, with the report The Nature of God-Shaped Hole.
Okay, I can show my presentation here.
Yes, of course, you can show it.
Um,
I guess participants, not precipitants, but at the end of the conference, we will all transform to precipitants. So that's the truth.
okay, I may start.
Yes.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Nadezhda, and there is my report, The Nature of a God-Shaped Hole. Why does addiction occur? Exploring many studies on this subject, I concluded that Jean-Paul Sartre's quote is the best explanation. A man's soul has a God-shaped hole, and everyone fills it up as best they can. Answer to the question cannot be definite. There are many factors that influence predisposition to addictions. It's genetics, environment, and adverse childhood. The adverse childhood experiences studies suggest that persons who had experienced child abuse, sexual domestic violence, parental emotional neglect, compared to those who had not experienced that, had 4 to 12-fold increased health risks for alcoholism, drug abuse, depression, and suicide attempt, and 2 to 4-fold increase in smoking. Evidence from animal and human research suggests that early stresses can lead to neurobiological changes in systems involved in depression, anxiety, and substance use. The hypothalamic pituitary and neural axis plays a central role in the stress response involved in the pathophysiology of addictive disorders. Early stresses cause long-term increases in the stress response of the hormone cortisol. Haley and colleagues found that adult rhesus monkeys raised without maternal care showed increased HPA response to stress and increased alcohol consumption during periods of stress. A number of studies indicate that early trauma has specific effects on the neurotransmitter systems involved in the positive reinforcing effects of alcohol and drugs, particularly the brain pathway of dopamine. Dopamine provides fundamental functions in the brain and body. It creates a strong sense of anticipation or unwillingness and is involved in the development of a sense of love. Dopamine is produced during a positive subjective human experience, given that event's motivational importance. Dopamine the brain registers all pleasures in the same way, whether it's a psychoactive drug or a satisfying meal. In the brain, pleasure is the release of the dopamine as the nucleus accumbens. Drugs increase the concentration of the dopamine in the brain by a factor of 10, allowing people who use it to enjoy the artificial pleasure. For example, amphetamine affecting dopamine transport mechanisms. Cocaine and some other psychostimulant drugs block the natural mechanisms of dopamine reuptake, increasing its concentration in the synaptic gap. Morphine and nicotine stimulates natural neurotransmitters, and alcohol increase dopamine in the brain through the opioid system. Addiction is a chronic disease that changes both brain structure and function. The brain goes through a series of changes, beginning with the recognition of pleasure and ending with the drive toward compulsive behavior. Obvious question appear: how can we help addictive people? And the most effective ways are 12-step programs and groups that exist for all kinds of addictions, and rehabilitation programs that based on working with psychologists, work, and returning to society. The constant support of members and care plays an important role in these programs. The formation of the reliable social bond also stimulates the production of dopamine and helps recovery. When we talk about drug addictions, the most effective way is maintenance treatment. The point of the treatment that a patient is offered a dose of opioid substitute under the medical supervision. Most often substitute is a methadone. Methadone does not evoke a sense of euphoria, it just stabilizes the physical state. The effectiveness of the combined use of the methadone maintenance treatment and socialization is clear. It applies in Portugal, and as a result, the number of drug-related deaths is 3 people per million in a year. The total number of heroin addicts decreased by 3 times in 15 years, and 50% of addicts did not return to drugs. The attraction to an addiction is an attempt to fill that gut-shaped hole that empties inside. It's an attempt to escape from your thoughts, from anxiety, from shame. It's an attempt to find a peaceful state of mind, to feel happiness, to feel the warmth of mother's hug, to find a place where you are loved, at least for a moment. Addiction is not a crime or him, but a disease. And we should treat addiction this way. Thank you.
Thank you for such an emotional presentation. I think the audience has a lot of questions thanks to you. And remember, one question in voice chat and another in the text chat, please.
I would like to answer the questions. Так. I think that I don't know, maybe some mental illnesses or psychological problems play important role in the addictive behavior. And when someone feels that he is alone, maybe a person finds in addictions that state of happiness or something like that. I don't know. I think that it's a complex problem, and we should look at whole life of person. I think it's my opinion, and I think it's so.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nadezhda, for your report and for the consideration such a difficult topic for society.
Thank you.
Another no less problematic topic in our world is the topic of mental health. It is so dark and poorly understood that for many it loses its meaning or importance. However, this is not the case, and now our speakers will talk about this topic from a biochemical point of view. Let me introduce the next speakers, Ekaterina Gordon and Diana Lushenko, with the report Chemistry of Mental Disorders.
Hello. First of all, I wanna. I am sorry for my voice because I catch a cold, and it is very very bad, and I'm very sorry. But we're going to talk about chemistry of mental disorders, and let us start. What do you think about mental disorders? Surely at least once in your life, each of you has felt an inability to cope with your problem by yourself. Anxiety, panic attacks, burnout, and any other disorders can appear against the backdrop of various problems. These problems may include getting a higher education and self-identification. According to society, young people who have just entered adulthood are experiencing the best time of their life. but on the other hand, they acquire a new degree of responsibility for various aspects: independent living, first job, first serious relationships, and etc. There are many pressures on the student, from the amount of studying to worries about their future, profession, place in life. And let us see what happens to our body during stressful states from a chemical point of view. Every one of you has probably experienced what is known as anxiety. At least, for example, before the presentation, answering an exam, and the like. The term anxiety is often used to describe an unpleasant emotional state that is characterized on the one hand by subjective feeling of tension and worry, and on the other hand by psychological changes in our body, like activation of nervous system and typical vegetative signs. In psychology, types of anxiety are divided into two subtypes: situational and personality anxiety. Situational anxiety is experienced by absolutely everyone. It is related to a specific situation, for example, excitement about public speaking. Situational anxiety is followed by personality anxiety. It is a stateable personality trait in constant to situational anxiety. A person begins to experience negative feeling even in a familiar, safe environment, feeling anxious, panic without any reasons. And in the case of situational anxiety, it is possible to live a life avoiding a stressful situation, but personal anxiety makes life much more difficult. So what happens to our body when we're anxious? First of all, at the moment of anxiety, there's a signal of danger, and the ANS is told to prepare the body for action. The endocrine glands react to danger, and our blood levels of the stress hormones like adrenaline, noradrenaline, and cortisol rise. And as a result, the blood pressure rises, the heart rate and breathing speed up, and so on. After the brain receives a signal about the end of the danger, the body's anti-stress system is activated. The epiphyses produce hormones such as serotonin and melatonin, which leads to a decrease in blood pressure and heart rate, and so on. But when anxiety and stress levels persist for a long time, the epiphysis ability to eliminate the effects of this reaction decreases, and the production of melatonin and serotonin decreases. Serotonin hormones decreases too. Let us move on. The next step, panic attack, is a subtype of anxiety disorders that belong to stress-related neurotic disorders. And in the case prolonged overextension, hormonal changes, etc., the hypothalamus start to signal to the hypophysis about the state of stress, and the latter reports to adrenal cortex, which releases into the blood as much catecholamines as a normal person would produce in a truly stressful situation, for example, like in a nature disaster. Panic disorder is a condition in which panic attacks occur periodically. GAD follows panic disorders. Generalized anxiety disorder is a mental illness in which the main symptom is constant anxiety that is not related to a specific object or situation. And it usually occurs in situation of chronic stress, and anxiety disorders is often combined with panic disorders and depression.
Depression is a mental disorder, the main features of which are reduced, sad, anxious, fearful, or expressionless mood. Depression is a common illness affecting, in general, from 15 to 40% in adolescents. At the biochemical side, the underlying cause of depression is a disturbance in transmission mechanism of electrochemical impulses between the nerve cells, or insufficient content of neurotransmitters in the synaptic gap. To begin with, let us look at the concept of a neurotransmitter's action mechanism. There are several hypotheses of impulse transmission, but we will look at the classical one. Firstly, calcium ions enter the presynaptic space. Then, by the unknown mechanism, they activate the vesicles, which release a neurotransmitter into the synaptic gap. After that, the neurotransmitter diffuses to the synaptic gap and binds to receptors which are located in the postsynaptic membrane. Subsequently, the neurotransmitter enters the postsynaptic space and then it inactivates. Consider how localization of nerve cells receptive to different neurotransmitters affects our behavior. Firstly, let us speak about the noradrenergic neurons. They are localized in the locus coeruleus, and its main function is to respond physiological reactions caused by stress, tensions, or anxiety, and also it plays an important role in mood control and cognition. The next one is serotoninergic neurons. They are located in the brainstem, in the bones and rough nucleus. They affect mood, movements, obsessions, and compulsions, and also are associated with anxiety, panic, and insomnia. And last but not least are dopaminergic neurons. They are distinguished in human brain in substantia nigra and ventral cap. They plays an important role in dopaminergic reward system and also forming addiction to some chemicals. Thus, changes in the concentration of neurotransmitters in the synaptic gap can directly affect mood, anxiety, the ability to receive and process new information, sleep, the occurrence of compulsive thoughts and actions, and much more. And finally, let us speak about the drug treatment option for depressive disorders. The medications designed to deal with depression are based on the reuptake of these substances, neurotransmitters, increasing their concentration in the synaptic gap. Let us take a look at the mechanism of antidepressants. Monoamine oxidase is a biologically active substance that catabolizes monoamines according to the scheme which is present on a slide. The action of monoamine oxidase inhibitors is based on a decrease in monoamine oxidase activity, which means inhibition of destruction of monoamines and consequently an increase in their concentration in the synaptic gap. To observe a positive effect, monoamine oxidase activity must be reduced by a factor of 2. And finally, let us move on to our conclusion. In conclusion, we have looked at anxiety and its possibility of developing into more serious illnesses such as depression. We have found that the development of mental illnesses is more related to disturbances in bioactive substances in the body, including their concentration in the synaptic gap. Mental health is just as important as physical health. The development of serious mental illnesses greatly affects all aspects of an individual's life, worsening the overall standard of living. So it is essential to seek the medical attention when the first symptoms appear. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, ladies, for taking this topic. Now, question, please.
I have questions. Can you provide some recommendations besides going to therapists and using medication?
Actually, we thought about the list of recommendations, but we think that every human is very special, very individual, so we can't provide the full common list of common recommendations to each person, because like for one person it can be helpful to go outside, walk and see the nature, but for the other one it can be the way to get the panic attack, so we don't provide the full list of recommendations.
Thank you for your answer.
Ekaterina and Diana, thank you for your report and for the shed light on such a dark subject. If you have another question to Ekaterina and Diana, please write it down in chat. Another confused and strange world, almost the same as the human soul, is a quantum world. It was always incomprehensible. It was always destroyed a law of physics familiar to us. With it duality and non-standardness. And a whole team represented by Denis Прибытkin, Alexander Perminova, Alexandra Rachmanistova, and Ksenia Rachmanistova and Ksenia Vodolazova was trying to understand this world. Let me introduce their project, the quantum mechanical model of the atom.
Today we
talk about the quantum mechanical model briefly up because we are taking it on a trip called science.
Hello, everyone. We start with the fact that atomic model came out of understanding of classical physics thanks to the works of Heisenberg, Bohr, Planck, Schrödinger, Einstein, and many other scientists. The most important imprint was the development of the quantum world understanding. In the future, we will speak about this model, its application in the character realities, and in the near future, part one, creation or laws of the universe.
The electron should be thought of as circumstantial by moving in quantum orbits. We develop stationary orbits and explain the simplest planetary system of the hydrogen atom.
I have proved that electrons are three-dimensional stationary waves or wave function, psi function.
I explained the semiconductivity of the nature of microparticles, proposing the principle of uncertainty. They appears of observable quantities to which it is impossible to simultaneously assign exact value.
Planck and Einstein, the derived equation reflect the dual nature of matter and its wave-particle dualism. Conclusion. We have explained to you the postulates on which the future consideration of the quantum mechanical model of the atom is built, to which we will now proceed. Part 2, Model of God.
The quantum mechanical model describes an orbit as a three-dimensional space around a nucleus within an atom where the probability of finding an electron is highest. This orbit is called an orbital. The nucleus, in turn, contains the nucleons, and 90% of electron cloud is contained within the orbital. Orbitals come in a variety of size and shapes. If an electron is in a smaller orbital, it is more attracted by the nucleus than an electron in a larger orbital. The energy of an electron has an integer value and can only be changed by one number, precisely defined parts, energy quantum.
The energy states of the electron in an atom described by four quantum number: the main, orbit, and magnetic spin. The main quantum number n associated with the number of the energy level. It describes the total energy of the electron and its distance from the nucleus. The orbit quantum number L describes the different energy states of the electron at particular energy level. The magnetic quantum number M describes the spatial orientation of the orbits of a given sublevel relative to the external magnetic fields.
The spin quantum number ms describes the possible direction of rotation of the electron around its own axis. A quantum mechanical model helps to understand what is observed in nature. Let us imagine your perfect day where you first make your own breakfast and cook delicious toast in the world. Max Planck will help you here with his theory that the light could only be emitted in discrete portion of energy. That is, whole number that are multiplies of small constant multiplied by the frequency of light.
Then imagine that you go to feed your fish and there meet with fluorescent lighting. The basic idea of this lighting is that electrons move between space state inside atoms by absorbing and emitting of particular frequency.
After admiring your favorite birds, you decide to watch this series, and then the wave nature of electrons comes out to meet you. We can monitor the electrical properties of semiconductors. This can help us to make tiny transistors that form the basic bits used to process digital information.
So when you make your own breakfast for your computer and remember your child code, do not forget to say thank you to the quantum mechanical model as the atom.
Part 3, the end of eternity. We surrounded by nature wonders that we cannot see but could learn about them. Infinity has no end like though. Someday we will learn everything about the quantum mechanical model, quantum world, and complete picture of the world. Thanks for your attention.
I think there's still a question or not. We'll not find out until we ask the audience.
Sorry, if I can, two questions, not one. I can ask them.
Yes, of course, you can ask two questions. And everybody else in chat, please.
Okay. What does the uncertainty principle sound like at the moment? No. And please clarify your symbols on page 4.
For microparticles, it is impossible to simultaneously determine its coordinates and momentum due to wave properties. In the formula, delta x is the measurement error of the coordinates, and delta p is the change in momentum. This is the mathematic notation of the law.
Thank you.
Hello, I have some question for Denise Pributkin. What does a quantum mean in your understanding?
Thank you for question. It's the smallest particle. The amount of energy, for example, it's radiant that giving call it light.
Okay, thank you.
Team, thank you for the report and for reminding us that our world is much more difficult than we imagine. If you still have questions, please write it down in chat. On this glorious note of reasoning about the structure of the board, we close our first section. Thank you very much for all your contributions, your attention and discussion. The conference continue after 15 minutes of coffee break at 14:20. And while you're drinking coffee, tea, and discussion of meaning of life, for your dear audience, we're launching a slideshow. I hope to meet you all soon and see you all in 15 minutes.
People are strange when you're a stranger. Faces look ugly when you're alone. Women seem wicked when you're unwanted. Streets are uneven when you're down. When you're strange, faces come out of the rain. When you're strange, no one remembers your name. When you're strange, when you're strange, when you're strange. People are strange when you're a stranger. Faces look ugly when you're alone. Women seem wicked when you're unwanted. Streets are uneven when you're down. When you're strange, faces come out of the rain. When you're strange, no one remembers your name. When you're strange, when you're strange, when you're strange. Alright, yeah. When you're strange, faces come out of the rain. When you're strange, no one remembers your name. When you're strange, when you're strange, when you're strange.
Life could be a dream, life could be a dream. Life could be a dream. If I could take you up in paradise up above. If you would tell me I'm the only one that you love. Life could be a dream. Sweetheart, hello, hello again. Shaboom, and open with me to get boom. Ding dong, ding dong, a lang, a lang, a lang. Oh, 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 pip. A bip, a do, a dip. Oh, life could be a dream. If only all my precious plans would come true. If you would let me spend my whole life.
Well, it's 14:20 and I'm glad to welcome you again. Well, I'll wait till you show your faces and on your cam a little bit, maybe a minute. And before we open the section number 2, let me introduce the experts of section number 2. Sergei Shevtsov, teacher of translation theory and practice, TSU. Farhad Tarikhov, Nazarbayev University co-facilitates analytical chemistry research technologist, and Alexander Zorin, MC in chemistry, PhD students, TSU. Please, experts, say something to the audience.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. My name is, as was already said, Sergei Shevtsov. I'm very glad to be here today and to listen to your conference. I hope today I will get to know a lot of new things for me because I'm kind of far from chemistry, and I hope today I will receive some new knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And another two experts, please, a couple of words.
Let me introduce myself. My name is Farhad. I am a PhD student at the Department of Chemistry of Tomsk State University, and also I work as a research technologist in core facility at Nazarbayev University in Kazakhstan. I am engaged in NMR, IR spectroscopy, thermal and elemental analysis. I am very glad to be present at this conference, and I wish good luck to all the participants in this conference.
Thank you very much. And Alexander, please couple of votes.
Hey everyone again, my name is Alexander and I wish you luck today.
Thank you very much. The experts are presented, the speakers are ready. I think we should continue our conference with the section number 2, theorizing and popularizing. Taking care of environment is already becoming a trend at today's conference. So the next report will be aimed at popularizing water purification methods. Let me introduce the next speaker, Karina Yulich, with the report Advanced Oxidation Process for Water Purification.
Good afternoon, my name is Karina, and today I will tell you about AOP, Advanced Oxidation Process. Everyone knows that water is based all of organic life, which neither the existence of man nor of the development of mankind as a fail is possible. And water covers that 70% of Earth's surface, and about 3% of the plant's water is fresh. But 1.6% is locked up in polar ice caps and glaciers, which makes it difficult to use it. Of course, on the one hand, even the remaining part of fresh water, which is more accessible, is a huge volume, which is not too easy to exhaust. And on the other hand, the current problem of lack of drinkable and usable water is one of the fundamental ones. Existing freshwater resources are gradually becoming polluted and enabled due to human or industrial activities. Main sources of pollution are wastewater, acid rain, oil leaks, and other sources of pollution are difficult to identify. The use of advanced oxidation process possible stage for modernize the treatment of drinking and wastewater at trade plants. The versatility promising oxidation process is reflected in various variants of generation of hydroxyl radicals. An example of promising oxidation process is Fenton reaction, the reaction of hydrogen peroxide with iron ions used to break down many organic substances. The main effective process are the oxidation of organic compounds with hydrogen peroxide in the presence of metal ions of variable valence. Efficient oxidation process includes system Fenton and RAF. And the main advanced oxidation process based on the occurrence of oxidation reaction at room temperature and the possibility of effective use of electromagnetic radiation in the visible or ultraviolet part of the spectrum, which can lead to significant economic effect for large-scale cleaning procedures. AOPs can be used as a treasure treatment of biological wastewater treatment or as a pre-treatment stage to increase the ability of microorganisms to decompose trace amount of organic compounds. Ionization includes both the process of direct oxidation of organic compounds or neutralization with ozone dissolved in water, and oxidation process that occur with the partition of hydroxyl radical formed as a result of chemical transformation of ozone. AOPs can be in this procedure. The degradation of pollutants occurs as a result of direct ozonization, direct photolysis, and interact with hydroxyl radicals. The latter are formed during the ozone under the influence or ultraviolet radiation through the intermediate transformation of hydrogen peroxide. This procedure is more expensive than some another methods because we use it in the military, industrial, and for the disposal drinking water. Clearly, this is need to raise evidence of addressing environment issues and developing solution. Research and development in the field of water trade should reach real-world application as early as possible. And the main task of advanced oxidation process in the deep oxidate degradation of organic pollutants to environmental friendly produce its carbon dioxide and hydrogen peroxide. Thank you.
Quite strong chemistry always leaves behind a lot of questions, and I think you're from our experts. So please, 2 questions in voice chat and another question please in the text chat.
I can I um, uh,
Ask, I guess.
okay, thank you. Ask question.
Okay, ask some question.
What are the methods of water purification you do know?
Thanks for your question. In my presentation, I talk about some sources pollution. It's acid rain, salt, household waste, oil leaks, and other sources pollution.
Thank you. And if anyone else, we have 1 question in voice chat.
Thank you for your question. We use in advanced oxidation process hydrogen peroxide and ozone reaction. It's some expensive reagent.
Karina, thank you for your report and for useful cause for the future of the planet. One of the most common problems in men from 20 to 35 years old is baldness. They say that it's all due to stress and lack of sleep. I wonder what hair can say about our health in general. Our next speakers will share the answer to this question with us. Let me introduce them. Lyubov Dmitrieva and Gleb Sisoyev with the subject What does your hair say about your health? Chemistry analysis.
Good afternoon. My name is Luba.
And my name is Gleb.
And we are here today to present our research on a new method of analysis that we believe is soon going to be very demanded.
Health is the main component of our life and it determines our opportunities. That is why it's so important to keep an eye on it and constantly support it. What do we do when we get sick? First of all, we try to determine the cause of disease. This is exactly what analysis help us to do. What should we do next, and what if the results is needed immediately? Did you know that there is a method that allows you to replace most tests and give us accurate results in the shortest possible time? Let us present a new method of analysis, hair analysis.
What can our hair tell us about our health? Well, almost everything. Using this analysis, we can identify what chemical elements and what quantities are present in our body. And based on this, we can determine the lack or excess of some components, which allows the problem, identifying the problem. And what is especially surprising is that the composition and concentration of chemical elements depend very much on the place of residence of a person. Are you intrigued? Then let's go.
To begin with, we would like to mention that all chemical elements in our organism are divided into irreplaceable and replaceable elements. The first ones are vital for proper functioning of the body. Therefore, it's very important to know in what concentration are present. Also, there are replaceable elements. The role of the replaceable elements has not been studied enough, and so we don't consider them. So, what is the what its main advantages and disadvantages? Can it and give us accurate and reliable information?
Human hair characterizes the state of the body by the content of mineral substances. So the concentration is need to be high. If hair satisfies this condition, the concentration of element in it is much higher than in the blood and other tests. The analysis is easy to select. The advantages includes the ease of removing impurities from the hair. Also, there are no problems with transportations and storage during the analysis. It is also worth mentioning that except for advantages, there are also disadvantages, such as factors which that interfere with the determination of hair element composition. Let's consider the procedure of the analysis.
The development of techniques and previous study were performed on the real patients, aged from 18 to 90 years. The hairs were cut in the back of the head, neck, and other parts of the head. Cleaning of the hair from external impurities included degreasing with acetone and washing with water. The weight portion of completed white test samples were aged in marble furnace at temperature. After waiting, the hairs were homogenized and were used to prepare solutions. Quantitative determination of macro and micro elements in the consists of hair were performed by MAS. Then alkali elements were determined by flame AS.
At our university, hair analysis is researched by Vladimir Ilyich Otmakhov, Elena Vasilyevna Petrova, and their research team. They conducted a study and found out that the concentration of element in different areas is not the same, and that even healthy people can vary. You can see the graph of the concentration logarithms of the main chemical elements. It turned out that the concentration of certain elements in people of the same age differ significantly. So for the diagnosis of health conditions, it is necessary to take into account the place of residence of people.
The problem of need to create a method of analysis is very relevant today. Due to the huge increase in the number of diseases, it's very important to identify them in the shortest and possible time. Therefore, the purpose of our work was to expand your understanding of the analysis. Using an example of the hair analysis to show connection between chemistry and medicine. Also, we showed that concentration of chemical elements varies in the different areas. This is due to climate and genetics that are characteristic of this type of people. Therefore, it's very important to consider before stating a particular diagnosis.
Thanks for your attention. We will be glad to answer the questions.
I seriously thought about uh, that I could have my hair tasted. In the meantime, please, your question.
Thanks for your report. Is this method expensive?
Yes, this method. Thank you for your question. Yes, this method is very expensive. And so um, it it don't it un it unavailable now in usual hospitals.
Thank you for your answer.
And then one question in the voice chat. If anyone else want to ask.
Let me ask following question. On in which equipment did you conduct an experiment for determining the concentration of metals? In which equipment?
For identifying metals, we used equipment. Господи, is spectroscopy and flame spectroscopy.
Thank you for your detailed answer.
Well, Edward from Gleb, thank you for your report. Now people have a new indicator of their health. If you still have a question to our speaker, please ask them in the text chat. Sometimes I wonder why some things recommend not to heat and not to keep under the sun. And this is not about the compression of the gas inside. This can be applied to ordinary perfume. Maybe they are giving off something. In order to not develop paranoid fears, our next speakers will tell you what harmful can be in the air in our house. Let me introduce the next speaker, Alena Peshina, with the report Poisons in Daily Life.
Good afternoon. My name is Alena and I'm going to present my report on poisons that we face in our daily life. It's not a secret that people know and use poisons from ancient times. Poisons were used both for weapons and pellets in shriek. That time is over, but poisons are becoming even more and more ubiquitous. But what is poison? Poison is a substance that damages living tissues and has injurious effect on the human's body. Poisons of biological origin are toxins. With certain concentration, the poison can lead to death. It enters the body in different ways, for example, by breathing or through the skin. Nowadays, modern chemistry helps to synthesize a variety of materials which make production more simple and cheap. Such materials are not always harmless. And of course, there are substances in toxic substances in every house in small concentration. However, if the concentration becomes high, it can lead to death and poisoning. In my talk, I'd like to consider some of them. Many of us know the smell of new things. For example, furniture, toys, cheap shoes, or linoleum. This is characteristic smell of formaldehyde. Airing helps with the smell, but with the heating up, the amount of formaldehyde released increases. So even after months, such things can be still dangerous. What to do? First of all, you should not use linoleum much. It is appropriate to use it in the kitchen, balcony, hallway, but not in the bedroom or children's room. Also choose paints carefully and do not buy very cheap things. Chlorovinyl vapors negatively affect the nervous system, so they can cause irritability. With heating up, vinyl chloride releases olivine chloride. It is contained in vinyl wallpaper, which is used almost in every flat or house. So it is not recommended to use this wallpaper in the rooms where we spend a lot of time. There are many other harmless wallpaper, glass wall panels, or other covering, wall covering. Let's now move on and speak about dishes. In the shops, we can see many beautiful and colorful plates and cups. And this cheerful tableware can be dangerous if it contains melamine. The risk level of melamine seeping into food from tableware is low, and that melamine tableware can be used so long as you don't use it to heat food, especially acidic food. This is because of the formaldehyde again, which is contained in melamine. Teflon also can seep into food and it is also not safe. What to do? Replace melamine and plastic tableware with porcelain, and Teflon pans can be replaced with pans with ceramic coating. It is more expensive but less harmful. By the way, food cooked in such pans has better taste. We have many household chemicals in our houses and flats, washing powder, dishwashing liquid, and other cleaning agents. At first sight, detergents are only the cause of dry skin. However, everything is not so simple, and household chemicals can cause various allergic reactions. This is due to the content of aggressive substances in it. Many household cleaners contain chlorine. Household chlorine bleach can release chlorine gas if it is mixed with certain other cleaning agents. Chlorine gas is heavier than air, so it would settle in low-lying areas. When chlorine gas comes into contact with mucous tissues, such as eye, throat, lungs, an acid is produced that can damage these tissues. So, while working with cleaning detergents, you should be careful. Sometimes it is better to replace some detergents with safer alternatives. For example, use baking soda instead of dishwashing detergents. Finally, I'd like to state that we should not refuse from all household items that can be dangerous. After all, they are often more convenient to use, but it is worth remembering that harmful substances are added to make a product cheaper. Be careful in your choice and take care of your health. Thank you for attention. If you have any questions, I'd be pleased to answer them.
Our life is more dangerous than it seems. And in order to be fully armed and know its danger, I think you can ask Leona, please.
Can you repeat again?
It's not a question. I just say to audience that they can ask you. So
Uh-huh.
please
Okay.
do question in voice chat if somebody wants. Well, unfortunately, we can't wait. So if anyone want to ask Alona, please write down it in text chat. Alona, thank you for your report. Now we know that even a simple fairy can plot something for us. While investing in plastic, people sought to obtain the material for a wide range of uses. Nowadays, plastic have taken such a strong niche in our world that it have even invented the food industry. Of course, this scares many. And whether we should be afraid of this and whether plastic have entered our food so much will be told by our next speakers, Tatiana Terentьeva and Vlada Shlenko, with the report Polymers Clothes for Food. Please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Tanya, and name of my partner is Vlada, and we would like to discuss polymers beyond our everyday knowledge. We can't imagine our life without polymers because it's our gloves, garden furniture, disposable tableware for travel, pet toys, and other useful things. Most of people nowadays have the wrong idea that polymers create mountains of rubbish which takes hundreds or even thousands of years to process. We have conducted a survey which reflects the attitude to plastic by people from different backgrounds and age groups, and today we want to discuss the results and provide some insights into the problem. According to received results, we may make a conclusion that people, whether they are chemists, whether not, and despite of age group, think that plastic is detrimental to our environment. We asked people what is plastics and received many variants that had been talking about one common point of view, that plastics is a polymer organic material is made from oil. In the screen you can see the variety of answers.
Next, in addition to the basic information, please pay attention to the list with interesting facts. Polymers are very useful materials because their structures can be changed and adapted to produce materials with a range of mechanical properties in a wide spectrum of colors. Polymer is composed of many simple repeating structural units called monomers. A single polymer molecule may have a linear branch to a network structure. Covalent bonds hold the atoms in the polymer molecules together, and secondary bonds then hold groups of polymer chains together to form the polymeric material. Polymers are very useful due to their properties. They are presented in the slide. Because of their useful properties, we have to show you an interesting fact about polymers used in rocket science that is very uncommon for us to know.
It's also important to distinguish between natural polymers and artificial polymers. Natural polymers are naturally present within the bodies of the living organisms. Foodstuff polymers, from the nutritional point of view, have been classified as carbohydrates, proteins, fiber, and lipids. The foodstuff polymers, in essence, led to the production of edible films, snack, food colloids, and emissions used as the detection of toxic food substances. Artificial polymers are artificially produced in industries for various commercial and industrial uses. These polymers are made in industry by the process of polymerization. We all use different synthetic polymers in our daily lives. Moreover, we want to show you the results of our experimental questions, and we may conclude that people know about the commercial trick with cardboard, which are positioned as environmentally friendly, so they don't have a preference to paper-wrapped products. Polymers are currently produced in large quantities in a wide. In this diagram, we want to show you that polymers have a wide application, and most of interviewees knows that.
To prove the importance of polymers in various spheres of life, we will give the values of the amount of production of various polymers as early as 1992. And now let's compare with the values of planned production of various polymers in Europe for 2011-2020. The values are higher, which indicates the increasing importance of polymers. Next slide, please. This fact is confirmed by the following diagram. A good example of increasing demand for polymers and variety of the application is polyethylene terephthalate, which was originally developed as a textile fiber. It's now used in film and tape as molding material, and its metrics for glass fiber composites, one of its largest uses for making bottles. The broad range of polymers applications to food industries include dairy and sugar, beverage industries, tomato sauce production, and other. Polymers are not only food safe, but also they reduce noise and weight of machines. Therefore, we want to tell about unspoken uses of polymers in the food industry. The most important parameter of high-quality coffee machines is the transfer of the taste of drink. Traditional machines used valves made of aluminium. However, they caused a faint metallic taste to be left in the mouth. To deal with this problem, pig was used as a replacement for the aluminium. It's more expensive than aluminium, but the taste of coffee is preserved. Also, most food processing equipment involves some rotary motion, which causes friction and heat. Materials made of PTFE and additional impurities are not only lighter than metals, but also self-lubricating. They minimally create noise, have a low coefficient of friction, superior wear resistance, and minimizes vibration. Polymers have become an integral part of our society, performing complex functions that improve the quality of our lives. Basically, the combination of chemical inertness, food grade, antimicrobial, and high temperature capabilities means that there are many more applications in food processing where polymers could be used.
Thank you for your attention. We are ready to answer for your questions.
I hope the audience, you're ready to ask your question. Place 2 question in voice chat.
Let me ask the following question. What disadvantages of polymers in food industry do you know?
Thank you for your question. We don't know a lot of information about this, but we try to speak that polymers were useful in food industry, and many people think that polymers are harmful for our health, but we think that it's wrong idea, and we try to say about this today.
Thank you for your answer.
And if anyone else another question, just one in voice chat, please.
Just one question.
Yes.
So, girls, how many people participated in your opinion poll?
Thank you for your question. We interviewed about 82 people from different categories of age, like from 18 to 24 and over 24 years. And we interviewed chemists, chemical people which know chemistry, and people which don't know chemistry, but usual people.
Cool. Okay, thank you very much.
Tatiana and Vlada, thank you for your report. It seems now I will more be responsible for plastic recycling. And now it's time for another little break. I hope you were attentive last time and ready to answer a couple questions again. This time will be again 5 questions, so strain your memory and be ready to answer. But the rules have a little bit changed. Now you will see the answer on the slide. However, it will be wrong answer, and your task to remember what our speakers told and rewrite this answer to the correct one. Each question also given already 30 seconds, and after this time, the correct answer will appear. Answers given after the correct answer are not counted. And we'll start. So, don't see the right answers, please. So, and as you remember, please do not say the answers in voice chat. So, 30 seconds. Find the mistake in this answer. It's pretty easy. And this is a right answer. The environmental friendly products is not N2O and SO2. So the next question, and again 30 minutes. Oh, sorry, seconds. I was thought earlier that India was discovered by Indians or found in India, but it's not true. And what is it true? It has a spectrum of indigo color. Here we go. The next question. 30 seconds again. And here we go. The next question. It's a pretty hard to read this big text, so read it up a little bit. And 30 seconds. Here's the right answer. And I guess it was last. Oh, not last question. 30 seconds. Strain your memory. Make your brains work. It's another easy question, so I guess they counted the wolves. Here's the right answer. If you write only the rooms and don't write why, it's counted too. Great. You have been wandering around the places of the mind for 2.5 minutes. Your memory are greatly improved and you feel more refreshed, I guess. I even don't know. So, we can carry on. Well, where's my pen? Can find my pen. It's just disappeared. It's become invisible. Speaking of invisibility, have you ever been interested in invisible ink? Just imagine you wrote the answer to all tickets for the exam. Got the right ticket, show it, and you're done. Advice, of course, harmful, but quite interesting. And our next speakers, which is already here, will tell about the way this inks has gone. Let me introduce them. Polina Sisoeva and Polina Tushkina with the report Curriculum How a Sympathetic Ink Works.
Good day. Our names are Polina and Polina, and now we present you our theme. Sorry. Не хочет лист. There are inks that don't leave a trace in the paper after they dry. There are colorless or slightly colored solutions. These inks are called sympathetic inks. Images or writings made by these inks become visible only after certain effects, for example, heating, lighting, or chemical reagents.
We believe that this topic is relevant because invisible ink can be used for writing secret letters, protection of various documents, which is an important and very science-intensive task.
Secret ink has been used since ancient times. In first century, Philo of Alexandria described the method of making secret ink from the juice of ink nuts made with a solution of iron copper salt.
The secret of Pliny the Elder was using the juice of plants. There is information that in the 9th century, Arab priests used to write the name of Prophet Muhammad on stones with sympathetic ink, and that this writing became visible as a result of the heat of a hand touching them. In the 15th century, the Swiss physician and scientist Paracelsus made a drawing of a landscape, which then heated, turned from winter into summer. The bare branches of the trees were covered with green leaves.
What about application in Russia? Ivan the Terrible's secret agents wrote their reports with onion juice. Writings can become visible after the paper was heated. Also, secret inks was widely used in Russia by Russian revolutionaries. For example, Lenin wrote his messages by using lemon juice or milk. It was enough to hold the paper for a few minutes over the fire to reveal the letter.
Modern sympathetic ink may contain saliva, plant juices, soap solutions, acid, bases, salts, salt, sugar, and starch. It depends only on the imagination and professionalism of chemists.
Nowadays, invisible inks are used in a variety of fields, such as show techniques, auto styling, cosmetics, evacuation, warning, and other light science, and etc.
Depending on the character of the exposure, sympathetic inks can be described in the following way. For example, photosensitive is developed by the action of light, thermosensitive by the action of heat, and so on.
There are methods what used to detection of secret writings. For example, optical, it's ultraviolet or another optical methods. Mechanical, for example, powdering with graphite or moisturizing with water. Thermal is heating the paper, and chemical method are used chemical reagents.
Having studied their theory, we decided to try to prepare our own invisible thermal ink. To perform our experiments, we took lemon juice, apple juice, milk, and a solution of baking soda. We put ink on each sheet of paper with a cotton swab and let it dry for 10 minutes. After that, we warmed the paper with an iron and the inscriptions appeared. Then we analyzed the results.
First of all, milk. At the paper, we can see slightly yellow word chemistry. Carbohydrates and organic acids decompose at high temperature and form carbon that causes a color change.
The Second experiment is apple juice. Under the influence of heat, apple juice appears on the paper with a slightly colored inscription.
Baking soda. Solution of baking soda consists of 1 part of baking soda and 1 part of water. At the paper we can see yellow word chemistry, and baking soda is converted to calcium soda, which reacts with paper material when we heated the paper, and carbon is formed and it causes a color change.
And the last is lemon juice. Then heated, the lemon juice appeared on the paper with a yellow-orange inscription, which can be seen very well.
Based on the result of our experiment, we concluded that lemon juice is best suited for the role of homemade secret ink because it showed up better.
Now we are spies. We will write hidden messages. Thank you for attention.
Well, where am I? Am I becoming invisible? Well, I have a little problem. So, all question to the speakers.
Maybe it is already mentioned, but what type of reaction is the base of this ink?
Decomposition.
Thanks for your answer. I'm so sorry.
We have one question in chat. Maybe can read it. Do you know any other historical facts connected with the usage of sympathetic ink?
Thank you for your question. Some popular facts are presented in our presentation, but another we don't know.
Well, thank you for question and for answers. I became invisible. And Paulinas, thank you for your report and for good history of the spy attribute and for making me visible. I know that when a person is very happy, people say that him or her, she or his literally glows with happiness. And I know that there are chemicals that glow. Can we say that these substances are happy? And something else make them emit light? Our next speakers will help us deal with this issue. Let me introduce them, Anastasia Petsan and Sakharov Stepan, with the report called Glow, Luminescence.
Do you see our presentation?
Yes, we see the presentation.
Okay, let's start. Good afternoon, my name is Sokolov Stepan.
My name is Petsan Anastasia. We are students at the Faculty of Chemistry of Tomsk State University. Today we would like to present you our research. We conducted comparative analysis of various types of luminescence, investigated the similarities and differences between them, and made conclusions about the mechanisms involved.
We know that glow of some objects is caused by temperature. However, there are a lot of substances or living organisms which are able to glow in the dark. This phenomenon seems extraordinary and magical. It's like a wizard conjuring matter and making it glow. So, what is luminescence?
Luminescence is emission of light by certain materials when they are relatively cool. That's why it's often called cold light. This phenomenon occurs after an appropriate material has absorbed energy from a source such as ultraviolet or X-ray radiation, chemical reactions, and so on. The energy lifts the atom of the material into an excited state, and then because excited states are unstable, the material undergoes back to its unexcited ground state, and the absorbed energy is liberated in the form of either light or heat or both.
Scientists distinguish between 11 types of luminescence, depending on the cause of the glow. But we will tell you only about the main and most interesting varieties of it. Chemiluminescence is a glow that occurs during a chemical reaction, based on the law of conservation of energy. Products with an excess of energy are formed during the reaction. Then they give up this energy, and the energy of the chemical reaction turns into electromagnetic energy. For example, luminol can yield a strong blue light during oxidizing by hydrogen peroxide. Other instances of strong chemiluminescence are lucigenin, an acridinium compound, and lofin, imidazoles derivative.
Bioluminescence is a special type of chemiluminescence catalyzed by enzymes. The light yield of such reactants can reach 100%. All of the bioluminescent reactions best known today are catalyzed oxidation reactions occurring in the presence of air. Examples of bioluminescence in nature are fireflies, algae, jellyfish, other birds, fish, and so on.
The fluorescence is a phenomenon when certain substances absorb light of a narrow spectral region and emit light in another spectral region, and this emission continues until we stop irradiating the substance. For example, uranyl salts, which absorb light in the ultraviolet range and emit a characteristic green glow. Also, mineral fluorspar exhibits a violet short-duration luminescence of irradiation by ultraviolet light.
When crystals of certain substances are crushed, luminescent sparks are visible. Similar observations have been made with numerous organic, for example sugar, and inorganic, for example strontium bromate substances. Positive and negative electric charges are produced by the mechanical surfaces and during the crystallization process. Then light emission occurs by discharging molecule fragments or excitation of the atmosphere. The blue glow coming from adhesive tapes being unrolled is emitted from nitrogen molecules of the air that have been excited by the electric discharge.
The practical value of luminescence material lies in their capacity to transform invisible form of energy into visible light. Luminescence may be seen in neon and fluorescent lamps, television, radar, and X-ray fluoroscope screens. Certain pigments are used to create inscriptions and symbols, are applied to stairs or walls, covering the hands of the clock. Also, they are often used for tuning cars, creating decorative things, production of paint or lacquers.
The analysis conducted allow us to conclude that luminescence is the emission of light by certain materials when they are relatively cool. There are several types of luminescence depending on the cause of the glow. The slide shows the table that demonstrates mechanisms of various types of luminescence, their similarities and differences. Thank you for your attention. We are glad to answer your questions.
The beautiful and cold light remembers the stars. There are always many questions to stars as well to our speakers. So please put your question to our speakers in voice chat and another in text chat.
What difference are between fluorescence and phosphorescence?
Thank you for questions. If to be honest, I suppose that fluorescence is a phenomenon when I try to formulate these sentences. I'm sorry. You ask, if I'm not mistaken, you asked me about fluorescence and phosphorescence, yes?
Yes, I said about difference between phosphorescence and fluorescence.
Mm. 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 So, if I'm not mistaken, fluorescence is it's so hard to explain. The term phosphorescence was first used to describe the persistent luminescence of phosphorus. But fluorescence is the term that was coined to explain or to demonstrate the certain substances absorb light of a narrow spectral region, and then they emit light in another spectral region. I suppose I asked your question.
Thanks for your detailed question. Wait, answer. Sorry, answer.
Okay.
Thank you for the question. Just another question, if you please, and we continue. Well, is everybody silent and shy? We can continue. Anastasia and Stepan, thank you for your report. Now I realize that substances unfortunately do not glow with happiness. All of today's reflections of the importance of the environment, resources depletion, and cold light slowly leads us to the next report. Have you ever wondered if we are alone in the universe? Looking at the stars, would you like to ask if there are planets that are also habitat? And how can we understand being here on Earth? What other planets are suitable? Our next speaker discussed this very philosophical topic. Let me introduce him, Dmitry Kovchunov, with the report Looking into the Future.
Do you see my presentation?
Yes, we see clearly.
Oh, thanks. I have some problems with my PC. Oh, so please wait a second. Good afternoon. My aim today is to show the application of spectroscopy for exploring the universe. Let me begin with the fact about our planet. Year by year, it has become more and more polluted. Plants, factories, car fumes, all of them harm the environment. Thus, it's likely to happen that once humanity will have to look for a new home in the universe. The question is how to choose a planet where people can breathe without spacesuits and breathing devices. That's the reason to explore the nearest, in a cosmic scope, planets and star systems. Humans' inability to travel interplanetary distances readily and fast makes this task even more complicated. Here takes place astronomical spectroscopy. So, I'll start off by a brief definition. Astronomical spectroscopy is the study of astronomy using the techniques of spectroscopy to measure the spectrum of electromagnetic radiation. A stellar spectrum can reveal a lot of properties of star using Doppler shift measurements. Also, spectroscopy is used to study physical properties of many other types of celestial objects, such as planets, nebulae, galaxies, and active galactic nuclei. Let's now move on to our general data provider, light. It carries information about the material with which it interacts. Different materials interact with light in a different way, and we can understand what something is made of using light. As we know, all matter is made of atoms. Electrons go around the nucleus of an atom at different allowed energy, like steps on the ladder. with different amount of light can be observed. Light with the exact energy needed to go between steps can be observed, but not others. Electrons fall down the energy ladder, emitting light at a specific energy of the difference between the steps. This allows different atoms emit different colors of light. An emission spectrum is made by electrons falling down the energy ladder. That's what you get when you see a hot gas, which is heated by something is out of line of sight. This heating moves electrons up the energy ladder, then they fall down the ladder. Some of light they emit comes to you. This results in bright colored spikes due to atom releasing light at those wavelengths. Let's talk about chemical properties of stars and the reason scientists use prisms. Newton used a prism to split the white light into a spectrum of a color, and Fraunhofer high-quality prisms allowed scientists to see the dark lines of an unknown origin. In this peak, you can see the dispersion of light. It was not until the 1850s when Gustav Kirchhoff and Robert Bunsen explained the dark lines. Hot solid objects produce light with continuous spectrum, and hot gases emit light at a specific wavelengths. However, hot solid objects surrounded by cooler gases show a near continuous spectrum with dark lines corresponding to the emission spectrum of known gases. By comparing the absorption lights of sun and the emission lights of known gases, the chemical composition of star can be discovered. If we compare it to these peaks, we see continuous spectra while combining. In this peak, I show you astronomical devices, which is needed to measure all types of electromagnetic radiation. These astronomers can identify what kinds of stuff are in stars from the lines of the star spectrum. For instance, greenhouse gas is an atmospherically abundant gas that strongly absorbs and emits infrared radiation, such as carbon dioxide, methane, and water here on Earth. I can but mention that this method had a specific feature. Due to a giant range between us and cosmic bodies, we can't detect radiation momently. When we get a signal, the body moves in space. Let's consider a simple example. Suppose you look at a star at night, but it died while dinosaurs were alive. That's a reason to consider Doppler effect, making any astronomical research. Doppler spectroscopy detects periodic shifts in radial velocity by recording the variations in color of the light from the host star. Also, the width of light can tell us about how fast the object is moving. When a star moves towards the Earth, its spectrum is blue shifted. While it is red shifted, the object moves away from us. By analyzing the spectral shifts, astronomers can deduce the gravitational influence of the exoplanet. The definition of exoplanet you can see on this screen also. Finally, the most similar planet with Earth is Kepler 1649c. I didn't put any calculations in this report in terms of difficulty. And the last one, sibling planet, you can see on this screen. First and second facts suggest that the surface temperature of the exoplanet could be similar to Earth. Nowadays, this planet is most suitable for humans' life. The planet is also located within the habitable zone of its star, existing at just the right distance where liquid water can exist on the surface. This also suggests that it could support life. But Kepler orbits a red dwarf star, much smaller and cooler than our Sun. In recent years, multiple exoplanets have been found orbiting these stars, that are common in our galaxy. The planet is much closer to its star than Earth is to the Sun. This also means that the planet could be lashed by radiation flares from the environment, threatening any potential life. But no flares have been observed so far. Red dwarf stars are known for having one deadly characteristic. They can occasionally flare, something that would drape any orbiting planets in enough radiation to make life very unlikely. So thanks for your attention. I'm ready to answer your questions.
I think there's many questions have gathered for Dmitry as a distance space. So please, 2 questions in voice chat and another question in. We have in text chat 1 question. as you, if you can see it. Yep.
Yes, it can. Spectroscopy method can be replaced with another research methods, but as I said recently, I didn't put any calculations in this research in terms of difficulty. This method is more easier than others.
Thank you for your answer. And is any question else? Well, I guess if you have a question, you can write it down in a chat. Mitty, thank you for your report, and for hope that one day we can find a new home. On this futuristic note, I think I can close this general discussion. I hasten to remind you that we are starting the vote for the best report, where the winner will receive the Audience Award. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now I will ask experts to return to the session room and choose winner. We will meet again after 15 minutes.
Life could be a dream, sweetheart. Every time I look at you, something is on my mind. If you do what I want you to, maybe we'd be so fine. Oh, life could be a dream. Shaboom, if I could take you up in paradise up above. Shaboom, tell me, darling, I'm the only one that you love. Life could be a dream. Sweetheart, hello, hello again. Shaboom, and hope we meet again. Boom, boom, boom. Ding-a-ling-dong, shabang-a-la-lang-a-la-lang-a-la-lang-a-la. Oh, life could be a dream. Life could be a dream, sweetheart. Shaboom, if I could take you up in paradise up above. Shaboom, you tell me, darling, I'm the only one that you love. Life could be a dream. Sweetheart, hello, hello again. Shaboom, and hope we meet again. Boom, boom, boom. Ding dong, ding dong, lang a la lang a la lang a la lang a la. Oh, bip, shabib, oh, life could be a dream. Life could be a dream. Do, 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 shaboom. and sigh, wishing that I were near. Then maybe you'll ask me to come back again, and maybe I'll say maybe. Maybe you think of me when you are all alone. Maybe the one who is waiting for you will prove untrue. Then what will I do? Maybe you'll sit inside, wishing that I were near. Then maybe you'll ask me to come back again, and maybe I'll say maybe. I don't want to set the world on fire. I just want to start a flame in your heart. In my heart I have but one desire, and that one is you. No other will do. I've lost all ambition for worldly acclaim. I just want to be the one you love, and with your admission that you feel the same, I'll have reached the goal I'm dreaming of. Believe me, I don't want to set the world on fire. I just want to start a flame in your heart.
I don't want to set the world on fire, honey. I love you too much. I just want to start a great big flame down in your heart. You see, way down inside of me, darling, I have only one desire. And that one desire is you. And I know nobody else ain't gonna do.
I've lost all ambition for worldly acclaim. I just wanna be the one you love. And with your admission that you feel the same, I'll have reached the goal I'm dreaming of. Believe me, I don't want to set the world on fire. I just want to start you'll ever do. Two can be as bad as one. It's the loneliest number since the number one. No is the saddest experience you'll ever know. Yes, it's the saddest experience you'll ever know. 'Cause one is the loneliest number that you'll ever do. One is the loneliest number, worse than two. It's just no good anymore since you went away. Now I spend my time just making rhymes of yesterday. One is the loneliest, the number one is the loneliest number. One is the loneliest number that you'll ever do. One is the loneliest. One is the loneliest. One is the loneliest number that you'll ever do. It's just no good anymore since you went away. Number one is the loneliest. Number one is the loneliest. Number one is the loneliest number that you'll ever do. Number one is the loneliest. Number one is the loneliest. Number one is the loneliest number that you'll ever do. To the town of our Frio rode a stranger one fine day. Hardly spoke to folks around him, didn't have too much to say. No one dared to ask his business, no one dared to make a slip. The stranger there among them had a big iron on his hip, big iron on his hip. It was early in the morning when he rode into the town. He came riding from the south side, slowly looking all around. He's an outlaw, loose and running, came the whisper from each lip, and he's here to do some business with a big iron on his hip, big iron on his hip. In this town there lived an outlaw by the name of Texas Red. Many men had tried to take him, and that many men were dead. He was vicious and a killer, though a youth of 24, and the notches on his pistol numbered 1 in 19 more, 1 in 19 more. Now the stranger started talking, made it plain to folks around. Was an Arizona ranger, wouldn't be too long in town. He came here to take an outlaw back alive or maybe dead, and he said it didn't matter, he was after Texas Red, after Texas Red. Wasn't long before the story was relayed to Texas Red. But the outlaw didn't worry men that tried before were dead. 20 men had tried to take him, 20 men had made a slip. 21 would be the ranger with the big iron on his hip. Big iron on his hip. The morning passed so quickly, it was time for them to meet. It was 20 past 11 when they walked out in the street. Folks were watching from the windows, everybody held their breath. They knew this handsome ranger was about to meet his death, about to meet his death. There was 40 feet between them when they stopped to make their play. And the swiftness of the ranger is still talked about today. Texas red, not cleared leather, for a bullet fairly ripped. And the ranger's aim was deadly with the big iron on his hip. Big iron on his hip. It was over in a moment and the folks had gathered round. There before them lay the body of the outlaw on the ground. Oh, he might have went on living, but he made one fatal slip when he tried to match the ranger with the big iron on his hip. Big iron on his hip. Big iron, big iron, when he tried to match the ranger with the big iron on his hip. Big iron on his hip.
Almost heaven, West Virginia, Blue Ridge Mountains, Shenandoah River. Life is old there, older than the trees, younger than the mountains, growing like a breeze. Country roads, take me home to the place I belong, West Virginia. Mountain mama, take me home, country roads. All my memories gather round her, my are strange when you're a stranger. Faces look ugly when you're alone. Women seem wicked when you're unwanted. Streets are uneven when you're down. When you're strange, faces come out of the rain. When you're strange, no one remembers your name. When you're strange, when you're strange, when you're strange. People are strange when you're a stranger. Faces look ugly when you're alone. Women seem wicked when you're unwanted. Streets are uneven when you're down. When you're strange, faces come out of the rain. When you're strange, no one remembers your name. When you're strange, when you're strange, when you're strange. Alright, yeah. When you're strange, faces come out of the rain. When you're strange, no one remembers your name. When you're strange, when you're strange, when you're strange. I see a red door and I want it painted black. No colors anymore, I want them to turn black. I see the girls go by dressed in their summer clothes. I have to turn my head until my darkness goes. I see a line of cars and they are painted black. With flowers and my love hope never to come back. I see people turn their heads and quickly look away. Like a newborn baby, it just happens every day. I look inside myself and see my heart is black. I see my red door, I must have it painted black. Maybe then I'll fade away and I'll have to face the facts. It's not easy facing up when your whole world is black. No more will my green seagull turn a deeper blue. I could not foresee this thing happening to you. If I look hard enough into the setting sun, my love will laugh with me before the morning comes. I see a red door and I want it painted black. No colors anymore, I want them to turn black. I see the girls go by dressed in their summer clothes.
Life could be a dream, life could be a dream. Do, 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 shaboom. Life could be a dream if I could take you up in paradise up above. If you would tell me I'm the only one that you love, life could be a dream. Sweetheart, hello, hello again. Shaboom, and open we'll meet again, boom. Ding dong, ding dong, a lang, a lang, a lang. Oh, 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 pip, a bip, a do, a dip. Oh, life could be a dream. If only all my precious plans would come true. If you would let me spend my whole life loving you, life could be a dream, sweetheart. Every time I look at you, something is on my mind. If you do what I want you to, maybe we'd be so fine. Oh, life could be a dream. Shaboom, if I could take you up in paradise up above. Shaboom, and tell me, darling, I'm the only one that you love. Life could be a dream. Sweetheart, hello, hello again. Shaboom, and hope we meet again. Boom, boom. Oh, life could be a dream. Life could be a dream, sweetheart. Shaboom, if I could take you up in paradise up above. Shaboom, and tell me, darling, I'm the only one that you love. Life could be a dream. Sweetheart, hello, hello again. Shaboom, and hope we meet again. Boom, boom, boom. Ding dong, ding dong, a lang a lang a lang a lang a oh, bip, a bip, a do, a dip. Oh, life could be a dream. Life could be a dream. Do, 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 shaboom.
Waiting for you will prove untrue, then what will you do? Maybe you'll sit and sigh, wishing that I were near. Then maybe you'll ask me to come back again, and maybe I'll say maybe. Maybe you think of me when you are all alone. Maybe the one who is waiting for you will prove untrue. And what will I do? Maybe you'll sad inside, wishing that I were near.
Well, everybody, I'm pleased you to turn back to our conference. Ladies and gentlemen, the expert console selected six winners. Oh no, not six winners, eight winners. Four winners in each selection. Let's start with the winners of the first section. The third place goes to Kurmanova Maria, if I mistake, sorry, and Sevelieva Olga. It's the first place also goes to Poponina Nadezhda.
The third place, right? It's the
Yeah, the
third
third,
place.
yes. The second place goes to Smirnova Catherine, and the first place goes to Glushenko Diana, if I don't mistake, and Gon Ekaterina. Congratulate the winners of first section. Sorry. Now the winners of second section is we also have two third places. The third place goes to Yulich Karina, and another third place goes to Peshna Alena. The second place goes to Terentьева Tatiana and Shchenko Vlada, and the first place goes to Kovchinov Dmitry. Congratulations to the winners of second section, and for all winners, we'll recognize the audience award winner in each section in 6 p.m. Now, please, can you everybody turn on your cameras to make a screenshot? It's our flash mob, little flash mob. So everybody, just everybody, I can see everybody. We still waits for someone a little bit.
There should be no exceptions, guys.
I don't have camera, by the way.
That's family matter, yeah. Because I stole the camera from you.
Gleb, will you please appear?
Come on, guys, no exception, please. Even Alexander Gurkov show his face. Come on. There are two people who not show their faces. Why? Are you shy? Don't be so shy. We're like a big family here. Well, tell me when the screenshot was ready. It is ready.
Yeah, I've just made it. Right. Thank you.
Thank you for everybody. And now some information for the winners. Certificates, prizes, and gifts will be sent by email. So your address need to send by email on. Wait a minute, I just copy this email to you. It will be in chat on this email, or write to me on VK. I guess you know who am I. I'm recorded in it as Maxim Promakov, as you know. And that's all. Thanks to all participants. Yes, but participants, we're all participants. Participants, distinguished experts, and our dear audience for being present at our annual conference today. Hope to see you all again in a year. Yes, congratulate everybody and goodbye.
One short announcement: you do not have to send your emails to any of the contacts provided, because we have already collected your personal data and we will manage it by ourselves. So you could just get rest and have a good weekend. Thank you all very much. Goodbye.
Yeah. I also want to thank everybody. See you next week.
Goodbye.
Thank you. Enjoy your weekend. Bye. Yeah, actually we can give this